fields in local, national, and international levels. Self-reliance means having the ability of leadership and entrepreneurship to manage resources in producing innovations that benefit the development of science and community services. Cultured means maintaining the academic life in the university based on the noble values. Bali is an island of 1,000 temples and blessed by beautiful nature and culture. Bali always has a way to stand strong on its own with compassion and tolerance, without forgetting the character and culture of their people. The local wisdom is resembled in the vision of Udayana University as the oldest university in the island of the gods. Udayana University was established on September 29, 1958, and firstly initiated from the Faculty of Literature, which was originally a branch of Airlangga University. This faculty was inaugurated by Sir Karno and officially established as Udayana University on August 17, 1962. Since its establishment, Udayana University has been committed to produce graduates in accordance with the vision of the university: excellence, self-reliance, and culture. Excellence means competitive, innovative, and able to compete in specific fields in local, national, and international levels. Self-reliance means having the ability of leadership and entrepreneurship to manage resources in producing innovations that benefit the development of science and community services. Cultured means maintaining the academic life in the university based on the noble values of the state philosophy, Pancasila, and local wisdom by promoting honesty and harmony between thoughts, words, and good deeds. Trikaya Parisuda.
Oh ya, terima kasih sebelumnya. Jadi kesan saya selama kuliah di Universitas Udayana ini sangat banyak ya. Saya tuh menyenangkan kuliah di sini secara Universitas Udayana. Siapa sih yang nggak tahu Universitas Udayana ini? Jadi buat diri sendiri otomatis bangga, sama keluarga pasti bangga. Jadi saya tentu menyenangkan banyak pengalaman yang didapat setelah berkuliah selama 4 tahun ini tentunya. Terus pesannya mungkin buat teman-teman atau adik-adik yang baru mau melanjutkan, mari bergabung sama Universitas Udayana karena di sini banyak pengalaman, banyak ilmu, banyak hal yang bisa kalian dapatkan, nggak kalah dengan universitas yang lainnya gitu.
Udayana University has 13 faculties and postgraduate programs consisting of various cross-scientific disciplines. These faculties are built and developed according to the needs of the community. The university has 1,644 lecturers. These qualified lecturers are supported by comprehensive facilities to meet the needs of 29,985 active students. The competence of Udayana University has been proven by the accreditation from the National University Accreditation Board. On an international level, Udayana University received 3 stars from the QS Star rating. Udayana University brings an active learning system involving the lecturer and students. In addition, Udayana University has e-learning systems which open a direct discussion room between lecturers and students to increase the effectiveness of the learning process. Udayana University also provides facilities for student activities to develop soft skills and hard skills in non-academic fields. Udayana University continues to improve its quality and strengthen itself as one of the universities in the central region of Indonesia, which has the largest number of foreign students. Recently, the number of foreign students attending regular education program at Udayana University are 226 students that spread across various faculties. 1,200 to 1,500 foreign students from various backgrounds and continents such as Asia, Australia, and Europe participate in various short course programs, exchange programs, as well as internship programs at Udayana University every year.
For giving this opportunity to come here, explore Indonesia, your interests for conserving the environment, integrating with the local people, and official days for assisting us throughout this program. You're really amazing, all of them. I really thank even the Indonesian, like yes, they have these kind of programs like the welcoming. So thanks to all of them.
Udayana University are both domestic and international collaborations with various institutions. Domestic collaborations developed by Udayana University together with the central government, regional governments, state and private universities, and private sectors amounted to 336 cooperations until 2019. Udayana University also has 236 international collaborations with various institutions and universities abroad in Asia, America, and Europe until 2019. These collaborations have expanded the connections and established Udayana University as a reputable institution by various domestic and foreign partners. In accordance with the Tree Dharma of higher education, Udayana University also practices community service activities. The community services target various layers of society with this principle. The benefits from what is learned shall be returned to the community, especially in developing the community welfare. Udayana University is the agent of change, and we shall continue to grow and serve the communities with our knowledge and integrity. Taki takin sewaka guna widya. People who oblige knowledge shall pursue wisdom and virtue. Change your life. Start here at Udayana University.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Nyoman Putra Sastra. Kali ini saya akan memperkenalkan produk penelitian, yaitu robot pemanen tomat otomatis. Latar belakang dari ide penelitian ini adalah atau inovasinya adalah membuat satu robot yang bisa bekerja ya, melakukan proses panen tomat matang tanpa campur tangan manusia atau sistem lainnya. Salah satu langkah terpenting dalam pengembangan robot jenis ini adalah pengembangan sistem pendeteksi buah tomat matang yang akurat. Penglihatan robot adalah sistem persepsi lanjutan sebelum sistem robot melakukan manipulasi gerak yang dilanjutkan dengan langkah-langkah penjepitan dan panen buah tomat. Penglihatan robot pemanen tomat otomatis dibangun berdasarkan prinsip-prinsip penglihatan komputer, yaitu deteksi objek. Deteksi objek adalah teknologi komputer yang berkaitan dengan penglihatan komputer dan pemrosesan citra yang berhubungan dengan mendeteksi contoh objek semantik dari kelas tertentu. Dalam penelitian ini, objek yang digunakan adalah tomat matang dalam bentuk citra dan video digital. Deteksi objek memiliki aplikasi di banyak bidang penglihatan komputer, termasuk pelacakan objek. Metode untuk deteksi objek umumnya terbagi dalam pendekatan penglihatan komputer klasik dan penggunaan deep learning. Inovasi ini berhubungan dengan metode untuk pendeteksian kematangan buah tomat dan melakukan pelacakan objek tersebut pada penglihatan robot, lebih khususnya memberikan suatu model jaringan saraf tiruan yang dapat melakukan pelacakan tomat yang telah matang pada pandangan yang dilihat oleh robot yang diterima dari perangkat penerima input berupa kamera video. Nah, implementasi pada penelitian ini adalah deep learning dalam proses deteksi dan pelacakan objek memiliki kelebihannya yang menutupi kelemahan metode penglihatan klasik. Dengan metode yang tidak mengharuskan proses ekstraksi fitur secara manual dan menjanjikan akurasi yang lebih baik. Beberapa model sebagai contoh Faster Region Based Convolution Neural Network atau RCNN, You Only Look Once, YOLO, dan Single Multibox Detector atau SSD adalah metode deteksi objek yang memiliki tingkat akurasi yang cukup baik sampai saat ini. RCNN memiliki akurasi yang paling baik, namun memerlukan resource tinggi yaitu waktu dan komputasi. Sedangkan YOLO memerlukan resource yang cukup rendah dengan akurasi yang paling rendah di antara ketiga metode ini. Sedangkan SSD adalah metode yang memiliki akurasi, penggunaan waktu dan komputasi yang berada di antara kedua metode ini. Yang lainnya, lebih lanjut, SSD Mobile Net V2 adalah model jaringan saraf tiruan deteksi objek yang diperuntukkan untuk implementasi pada perangkat dengan resource yang terbatas. Penelitian ini yang merupakan inovasi yang bertujuan untuk menyediakan model jaringan saraf tiruan yang dapat digunakan untuk melakukan deteksi dan pelacakan objek tomat matang dan penglihatan robot menggunakan metode deteksi objek SSD Mobile Net versi 2. Model jaringan saraf tiruan yang dihasilkan dapat melakukan pelacakan tomat yang telah matang pada pandangan yang dilihat oleh robot yang diterima dari perangkat penerima input berupa kamera video. Penglihatan robot pada akhirnya dibangun menggunakan SSD dengan teknik ekstraksi fitur Mobile Net versi 2 serta digabungkan dengan fitur warna Hue Saturation and Value atau HSV. Tujuan dilakukannya penggabungan adalah menutup kelemahan dari SSD yang kesulitan dalam mendeteksi objek yang memiliki ukuran kecil dalam pandangan kamera. Dalam hal ini jarak jauh. Dengan memanfaatkan teknik HSV, kamera dapat melakukan deteksi terhadap buah tomat ketika buah tidak terdeteksi oleh SSD. Saat proses pelacakan dengan HSD berhasil dilakukan, kamera dapat didekatkan ke objek, lalu dilakukan klasifikasi menggunakan SSD. Jika objek bukan tomat, robot akan kembali menjauh dan mencari objek lain yang menyerupai tomat. Nah, tantangan dalam penelitian ini yaitu ketika melakukan penelitian di awal dataset tomat matang, tahap penelitian belum ada. Saat ini sudah ada beberapa dataset tomat termasuk dataset yang dibangun dalam penelitian ini. Tantangan lain adalah bagaimana membentuk penglihatan robot pada dunia nyata. Kemudian sebenarnya kalau kita lihat prosesnya, proses laboratorium ternyata perlu beberapa penyesuaian dan ini ketika diaplikasikan di robot secara langsung. Secara umum, tantangan yang harus dipecahkan adalah agar robot pemanen dapat melihat tomat yang diinginkan. Jika buah tomat matang tidak terdeteksi atau terlihat, buah tomat tidak bisa dipanen atau dipetik. Ya. Keterbatasan metode penglihatan komputer klasik berupa keharusan untuk melakukan ekstraksi fitur secara manual dan akurasi yang tidak terlalu baik adalah tantangan yang menjadikan teknik penglihatan komputer klasik tidak terlalu baik digunakan untuk melakukan proses deteksi dan pelacakan objek. Kami berharap penelitian ini akan terus dikembangkan sehingga fitur-fitur robot pemanen dapat digunakan pada skala industri, yaitu menjadi sebuah robot komersial untuk digunakan oleh petani tomat. Selain karena tomat adalah komoditas pangan yang penting ya, kalau kita lihat ini adalah nomor 4 di dunia, juga agar petani tomat beralih menjadi petani modern yang tidak lagi memiliki gambaran miskin dan tidak berdaya. Petani secara umum dan khususnya petani tomat dengan hadirnya robot ini diharapkan menjadi petani dengan gambaran bahwa bertani adalah salah satu poros penting kehidupan dan bertani secara modern adalah hal yang wajib dilakukan untuk menunjang profesi tani dan ketahanan pangan. Terakhir ini ucapan terima kasih kepada Universitas Udayana melalui lembaga penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat yang telah memberikan pendanaan untuk penelitian ini pada skema penelitian intensif.
Your attention, please. We are now commence the agenda. Om Swastiastu. We do hope to find everyone in good health. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Aloha. Honorable Rector of Udayana University, Head of Center for National Agency for Disaster Management, respected Vice Rectors, Deans, and other in-charges, distinguished speakers, Professor Carl Kim, PhD, Professor of Urban and Regional Planning, University of Hawaii, Dr. Lilik Kurniawan, Center for National Agency for Disaster Management, Brian Wilson, PhD, Professor of Civil Engineering at Louisiana State University, Chris Chiesa, Pacific Disaster Center, Dr. Hartanti P. Rahayu from Indonesia Disaster Expert Association, Professor Fan Romero, PhD, Vice President of Research and Economic Development at New Mexico Tech, His Excellency Hussein Shah, Sultan of Tidore, all participants, observers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon and welcome to Udayana University, Bali, Indonesia, today 25th of May 2022. We are honored and delighted to host this scientific forum for disaster risk reduction as part of collaboration between Udayana University, Indonesia, and University of Hawaii, America. From our main point of Udayana University, Jimbaran, we hold this forum in a combination of online and offline. We also have participants and observers who joined virtually through WebEx platform. And this event can also be viewed or accessed through live streaming at Udayana University YouTube channel. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are looking forward the program run as scheduled since we have 3 consecutive sessions and we also have 1 poster session that will be held in this main venue. In the end of the program, we shall have mangrove planting for DRR commitment in education and workforce development by universities. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is organized by Research and Community Service Institute, LPPM of Udayana University, in cooperation with University of Hawaii, Mercy Corps, ICOM, Indonesia Disaster Expert Association, USAID, Global Platform for DRR, and Center for National Agency for Disaster Management, BNPB. From Widya Salba Auditorium, ladies and gentlemen, we need to inform that this event is implementing health and safety protocols, and everybody is recommended to keep the mask on. In case of emergency, please make sure that you're aware that we have 2 exit points of this building. We have the eastern part, right to my side, and the western part. Please heading to exit point slowly, and the assembly point is outside of this building. My name is Isnu Maharani, ladies and gentlemen, and I will be the host for the opening and the closing session of this event. And now to start the program, we will present you with the Balinese welcome dance entitled Sekar Jagat Dance. The word Sekar literally means flower, and Jagat means universe. Sekar Jagat Dance depicts the beauty of flowers of the universe. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sekar Jagat Dance. by the beautiful smiles of Sekarjaga dancers gracefully. Welcome to Udayana University, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Bali, Indonesia. Can we have another round of applause, please? Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the following agenda is singing national anthem, Indonesia Raya. We kindly request to all participants attended in this auditorium, please rise. And for virtual participants, you may take straight sitting position. The assigned officer, please. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I should say, please remain in this position. The following, we will have a moment of silence. I will lead the prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, the prayer is started. The prayer is concluded. All participants, please be seated. Distinguished professors, ladies and gentlemen, in the following agenda, we'd like to call upon Rector of Udayana University to deliver his welcome speech and subsequently open the forum by striking the gong. To Professor Dr. Inyoman Gede Antara, Master of Engineering, IPU, the time is yours. Thank you, Honorable Rector. Please remain on stage. Subsequently, we will request you to open the forum by striking the gong. Kindly come on stage. Head of Research and Community Institute, Professor Inyoman Swarsana, to come on stage. We also request Professor Carl Kim, PhD, to come on stage. Head of the Organizing Committee, Ibu Dewi Wirastuti, PhD, and also Dr. Lily Bui from University of Hawaii. Please come on stage to accompany Rector of Udayana University for the opening by striking the gong. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Scientific Forum on Disaster Risk Reduction has officially opened. It is time for the photo session. The assigned officer, please. Again, we also invite all distinguished speakers to also come on stage for a photo session, please. Great, such a spirit. Yes, you are kindly requested to return to your seat. Another moment that needs to be taken, we request the participation of all distinguished speakers to stand here in front. Mr. Mangku Budiasa is assisting us. And we will request all participants in this auditorium to please rise. Mohon berdiri Bapak Ibu, kita akan membuat foto bersama. This is something that we will bring back to your home country, yeah? With Hawaiian style, everybody. Everybody say aloha. Great. Yes, thank you very much. Matur suksema in Balinese. Thank you. Thank you also to Opa and Surya for having the photograph taken. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we shall proceed our agenda. Next on the following, we'd like to call upon Professor Carl Kim, PhD, Professor of Urban and Regional Planning from University of Hawaii, to deliver his remark. The time is yours. Okay, thank you once again to Prof. Carl Kim, PhD. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we now would like to invite His Excellency Hussein Shah, Sultan of Tidore, to deliver his remarks. Sultan of Tidore, the time is yours. Tidore sudah berkenan menyampaikan remarks. Terima kasih juga kepada Ibu yang sudah menjadi juru bahasa dari Bapak Sultan Tidore. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the following agenda, remarks by Brian Wilson, PhD, Professor of Civil Engineering at Louisiana State University. Please. Have slide information, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please fill in the QR code that Professor Kalkrim has just distributed just now? We would like to request your kind participation in filling that QR code, right? Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we now invite Chris Chisa from Pacific Disaster Center to deliver his remark. Please. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now will hear the remarks by Harkunti P. Rahayu, PhD, from Indonesia Disaster Expert Association. The time is yours, madam. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our following remarks will be from Professor Van Romero, PhD, Vice President of Research Economic Development at New Mexico Tech. The time is yours. wabarakatuh. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the following opportunity, we would like to invite all distinguished speakers to come on stage, and there will be handover appreciation, handover certificate from Head of Research and Community Institute, Professor Dr. Inyoman Suarsana, to all our distinguished speakers. Mohon berkenan. Rector of Udayana University, accompanied by Professor Suarsana, in a row, we will hand over the first for Professor Carl Kim. Do we have all set? The very first handover certificate to Professor Carl Kim, PhD. The following we have Sultan of Tidore. And we have Brian Wilson, PhD. And the following we have Chris Chisa. And last but not least, we have Ibu Harkunti. And also Professor Romero, Pan Romero. Okay, can we have Honorable Rector in the middle? Bapak Rektor, mohon barangkali di tengah, diposisikan. Sip, okay. And in the following, we also have another souvenir appreciation from Local Disaster Management Agency of West Papua to Professor Carl Kim from University of Hawaii, and also to Professor Nyoman Antara from Udayana University. We invite Henry, head of DRR West Papua, and also Derek Ampnir, head of BPBD. Can you please come on stage, please? Yes, we have the spirit of Papua here. There will be Papuan from. We are witnessing, ladies and gentlemen, the spirit of the East Papua
Baru Moto Profil Beats.
One clap. Two claps. Okay, so this is a final call for the other two sessions. Dr. Lily Bouye there, waving her hands tirelessly for the NUSA and Bangsa rooms, the sessions on vulnerable populations in remote islands and island communities, and the session on disaster risk reduction, governance, and management. Please join them in the back, and they will be able to lead you to the building next door on the 3rd floor where those two sessions will be. Okay. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our plenary session 1 on collaborative workforce education and training utilization through breakthrough technologies. My name is Gingerley Porter. I am from American Samoa, but now I work with the University of Hawaii and with the Disaster Management Graduate Certificate Program, as well as the Pacific International Training Desk. Salamat siang, aloha, and good afternoon. So thank you very much. It's such an honor to be here in person with all of you. So given that this is a session on collaboration and a session on innovative technologies, next slide, please. I'd like to have everyone participate in a short activity. Next slide, please. And if I could have you take out your devices. Everyone has a cell phone, correct? A device. And as soon as our QR code will be there, I'd like for your input on when you hear the words collaborative workforce education and training, what do you think about? What is it that comes to mind? Next slide. And I'd like for us to build something together. Right there. All right, out with your devices. If you can help me to scan that QR code and put up some answers. In 1 or 2 words, what comes to mind when you hear the words collaborative workforce education and training? So if you can help me to do that, I'll give you 30 seconds. 30 seconds to scan that, get out your phones. There. And give me some answers. What does it mean for you? What does collaborative workforce education mean to you? Are you able to see? Oh, no, go back, go back. All right, so it appears we are having some technical difficulties, but are you able to see the question and answer and enter some answers? Not yet? Well, regardless, right? So this is it. This is the type of thing. Technology is always, there's always some technical difficulties, but that's okay. That shows how resilient we are. We pick up and we continue to move on. So today's session, you'll hear about collaborations. We have about 10 speakers, so we won't prolong the events, but we will hear about different ways of collaboration. You will hear about intergenerational collaborations, interagency collaborations, community collaborations. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and invite our first speaker, Dr. Henry, who will speak to us about capacity building and workforce collaboration. So Dr. Henry.
Yeah, thank you, Ginger. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished professor. So, this moment, just let me try to give our experience here from University Forum for Disaster Risk Reduction in the eastern part of Indonesia, especially in the West Papua, together with our colleagues from the local disaster management agency from the West Papua. So we want to share for our did several year, especially how to improve, doing by the education part, research and community services, especially for the small island. Because in that time, the small island still not yet considered, the only still mine island. So otherwise, however, the small island is more effective during the climate change and also for a disaster. Yeah, so otherwise, from the part of our study, so this one we presented about the capacity building and workforce development on small island. So my name Henry. Actually, my basic is modeling and coastal engineering. And then several partnership is Pak Derek Abner from BBBD and Pak Budi Santoso and Pak Rudi Maturbong. Yeah, next. Yeah, for the research question, we using TOS analysis, we look at some several problem for the external and then also from the internal part. From the external, just we know, in the eastern part, we also right now increasing for the hydrometeorological disaster. And then from the Indonesian Disaster Risk Index, they already accounted, whereas the West Papua is categorized in medium until high risk. And then for the Papua is in the middle risk, Maluku and North Maluku together is also high risk. This is our main problem. And then for the external, we also have some preferring document. We also already done for a lot of document like the disaster risk management plan and then strategic environmental study together with the coastal and small island zone plan. And then also we already makes a low carbon development program in the West Papua. And then for the internal problem, we still have weaknesses, because due to the accessibility, going to the outermost, the small island is a little bit difficult, and then we still low data, we need to more collection the data, research, education, and then also community services. And then the last part, still low coordination, by the local government, from the national, still not really focusing in the small island. But in the other hand, we still have a strength. Well, West Papua already have some university forum, and then also disaster risk reduction forum. So this one, like how to make a collaboration for the stakeholder, especially from the government, for the official government, and then private sector, together with our university, local university, of course, not from the national university, and then some community, of course, for the local community in the small island, and then from the media for the information and communication. So otherwise, based the TOS analyze, so we want to develop some local capacity building, especially in the small island, and then how we make some workforce development, to bring their prosperity, to keep maintain the environment and forest. Okay, next. For the background, just as you look in here, in West Papua right now, the condition, the hydrometeorological disaster increased up to the 42%. maybe right now the recent year up to more than 60%. Yeah, this also a little bit problem. And then the other parts in the eastern part of Indonesia, we also affected from the ocean and the atmosphere interaction. Yeah, we just call it, like you maybe still know, the El Nino, La Nina. Yeah, so basically it's from the Pacific. Yeah, and then from the western part, they call it Indian Ocean Dipole. So from this interaction, they have some like how to mention some changing, yeah, pattern, the 30 years pattern. And then if you're looking in the red color, is the El Nino dominant. Yeah, from the 30 years starting around the 1980, something like that, until 2010. Yeah, the pattern is El Nino dominant. And after that, yeah, for the 30 years in the future, we have problem in the La Nina season. It means the heavy rainfall, the rainfall is like in the up from the normal, yeah. So otherwise, floods and together with the hydrometeorological disaster will be happen in that. And then we area in the eastern part of Indonesia, we also affected from the Nile, from the Pacific, yeah, typhoon, tropical cyclone, yeah. Just can you look in the figure in the below, yeah? So a lot of tropical cyclone during the 1980 until 2020, of course, yeah. So the other, we also affected from some several winds, yeah. Not only seasonal wind, also have some several median Julian oscillation, and also have several fault. And then in our West Papua, the accounted 82 fault, yeah. Next. So this method we using research, this one qualitative research with structured interview with the local community in the small island. And then we try to use analyzing using the Likert, yeah. So this one you can look in the figure 1 until 5, yeah, for the essential height priority. Yeah, next. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is our findings. So have several part from the preparedness, prevention, this like a pre-disaster, yeah. And then for the, during the disaster, and then for the recovery, yeah. And then we also responded, especially for vulnerable groups, yeah. And then accounted still some several part not yet to consider, yeah. So otherwise we need to put a strong education part, and then research, and then community services on that one. Okay, next, from, yeah, next conclusion. Yeah, I think this one most vulnerable area for the small island, and then we need still strong pentahelic collaboration together with the local, national, and international collaboration. And then for the last one, we still try to make some, how mentioned, from the local wisdom, try to put together with the, right now the technology, modern, and then part from how to develop the green development. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you. We'll be back to the moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Henry, for the presentation. I'd like to invite any questions from the audience. Yes.
Thank you for the time. I'm Mardiani Sidayat from Nok Maluku, from Hairon University. I have question based on mitigation and adaptation toward the local knowledge. I would like to know, can you share a little bit about your experience in uh, Papua Barat, how you implement that in reality. I mean, like, if we are talking about local knowledge or local wisdom or whatever you call, it is a lot, and people in eastern part of Indonesia are rich in the context of how they can have mitigation adaptation traditionally, culturally. They know exactly, like for instance, like in one of our place, people know exactly like when the migration of one kind of beer, that's mean like the storm will come, or something like extreme weather, they will have to face, they should face, and they should keep like their food stock. So in case of it's happened, they know exactly because they have what you call natural science or so on. They have local knowledge on that. But my question is how you bring that um, let's say like how to revitalize, because not all the people know that, especially for the youth group, yeah. So how you bring that into the program, so people will recognize like, okay, we have knowledge, is culturally we know that, and how we can maintain for the future, because we are living in what you call ring of fire. That's uh, yeah, that's the question. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I can answer directly, Ginger.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Bumar. Yeah, of course, in our experience same in your area, we can in the eastern part of Indonesia. So usually the local knowledge is, how to mention, for the elder, how to mention, elder people, yeah. They know some several how to, just you know, oh, this like later heavy wind come, yeah, maybe by looking some sound of a bird or something, yeah, or migration for the bird or something, they already know that one. But however, this local knowledge is not yet transferred to the young people, yeah. Still keep from the uh, elder people. So otherwise, we need to collaborate, yeah, from the local knowledge, yeah, based in also our technology, modern, yeah, right now to how to protect the area. But some, if you that one just West Papua and then Papua and also I think Maluku and North Maluku still keep the maintain the forest until 70%. Yeah, and then we also have a beautiful forest, and then also in the ocean part, yeah, and then of course some several small island become the tourism destination. So otherwise we need to keep the old thing that one to become more like a scientific, yeah, and then we just from the university forum can make some good module or something like that to implement for the local people to still prefer and maintain our environmental. I think, you know, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Henry, for that response. Um, uh, how about a round of applause for our first presenter? So thank you very much.
Yeah, but before that, just I would like to a little bit share. So, for the building the local capacity, we also together with the local government already try make a small industry, yeah, to bring the economy for the local people. So this one like the akwe and also for the red fruit, buah merah, yeah. Some several part we already did, yeah. Hopefully this one become to take the workforce development, yeah, for the local people and then bring the prosperity to maintain their forest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a wonderful example of collaboration and workforce and capacity building. I think a very important point that came out of this session is how do you retain traditional knowledge, that local knowledge? How do you transfer it to future generations? So with that, I'd like to invite our second speaker, who will speak to us about increasing student capacity through online education, training, and collaboration. So I'd like to invite Dr. McPhia. and her colleagues. She is a lecturer of the study program of Islamic Community Development. She enjoys learning, technology, and collaboration, and her partners in this paper is Ms. Ari Aziz from the acceleration team for the completion of West Nusa Tenggara earthquake-resistant house construction, and Ms. Sentari from the staff emergency of Yogyakarta Special Region Province. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Makfia and her colleagues.
Thank you very much for okay, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Nur Makfira from IAIN Kudus, and this is my partner Ari Asih Rahmawati from TP3 BPBD NTB. Okay, before the presentation, allow us to present in Bahasa, and our research is increasing student capacity through online education and training of collaboration of thematic in disaster risk reduction. Next slide, please. Oke, introduction ya, latar belakang. Mahasiswa itu adalah kita masukkan kategorinya itu adalah kategori rentan atau vulnerable. Vulnerable dari psikologi, kemudian social networking, lack of knowledge, lack of experience, and dependent. So they are still vulnerable. Nah, jadi University of Student is vulnerable. Then COVID-19. Nah, after that, education about blended learning, online learning. Nah, after that, student of university is more vulnerable after that, more vulnerable. Because of that, we try to create about interactive education learning, online learning, not boring learning. Because about Zoom meeting, no in-person, it's so bored for students. So we create how to get experience, more experience about disaster, about the knowledge, about themselves to increase their capacity. Next slide, please. This is about more vulnerable students after COVID-19, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on mental health university students. Next slide, please. For the first experiment, we try to invite the guest lecture from BPBD, DIY, yeah. And via Zoom meeting with a semi-talk show. So education learning not one way but two way, and semi-talk show. And it's like increasing capacity of student about knowledge, their knowledge, ya. For 46,07 menjadi 51,48. we we give pre-test and post-test about the guest lecturer. And this is kesan pesan from mahasiswa. Kesan pesan from mahasiswa. They are very excited to what to say? Interest and happy, ya, interest and happy about education learning semi talk show and the quiz, ya. Next slide, please. Because of that, we need to do more experiment about this, ya. So we create about education learning, ya, education learning, diklat online, ya, online learning, ya, and subject penelitian. The subject is students of IAIN Kudus, ya, studi program of Islamic Community Development is which is studying disaster management, and this research about simple technique, ya, simple sample technique random, because of the subject of this research homogen. Then model experiment is pre-experimental one group pre-test post-test. Next slide please. Nah, we use application a Zoom meeting, semi talk show, and 3 days, yeah, for 3 days, and the first day about increasing capacity students in disaster risk reduction, and the second day about lesson learned, percepatan pembangunan dan perbaikan rumah, earthquake from NTB. The last day about penanggulangan bencana. Yeah, next slide. Semi talk show, aplikasi quizzes, ya, pre-test and post-test with aplikasi quizzes, and then dipercepat mungkin. Nah ini the result is significant, ya, significant about this, and we use SPSS. Next slide. This is a kesan pesan, alhamdulillah bagus gitu ya. Kemudian the last slide please. The last slide please, last slide. Nah, kegiatan diklat online kolaboratif, we hope series, ya, series tematik and include in silabi and narasumber or partisipan more heterogen and teknologi more variative and instrument more complex and metodenya lebih kompleks, maybe in mixed method. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful and informative presentation. I think one of the key takeaways from your research has been the modality of delivery, right? That it has to fit your local community and keep the interest of students. You know, I heard that If it's boring, I'm not going to listen to you. So I want to be captivating, right? So what were some of what were other methodologies that you had used to capture the interest of students? You had your semi approach, right?
Show.
Yeah. And then any other things that you found during your research that would be used to inform future lessons?
Okay, thank you, Miss Ginger. Okay, thank you, Miss Ginger. I want to answer in bahasa. Oke. Kami menggunakan semi talk show itu pada saat saya dan juga stakeholder lainnya itu menjadi dalam satu forum, kemudian saya sebagai jadi seperti kayak narasumber yang mana kita saling ngobrol, kemudian itu dianggap menarik sama si mahasiswa karena menyebabkan mereka juga yang awalnya tidak terfikirkan untuk bertanya tentang sesuatu, akhirnya terpancing untuk bertanya tentang sesuatu. Dan mereka menjadi berani untuk berbicara di depan umum. Kemudian metode yang kita gunakan,
To make it interesting, two of us that teach the class, we interact and we discuss, and that inspires the student to take more active roles into the session, and then they start to ask questions.
Ada lagi Pak mengenai tema-tema setiap different tema in day 1, day 2, and day 3, but it's more interesting, but how to make a feature and more skill to
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give another hand. Oh, yes, I have a question in the back. I'm exercising.
Baik, thank you, Miss. Saya pakai bahasa aja ya. Oke, Bu. Terima kasih, saya Sofia Senarawati, saya analis diklat dari Pusdiklat PB, Pusat Pendidikan Pelatihan Badan Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana. Mau nanya aja tadi singkat, Ibunya membawakan berkaitan tentang pelatihan atau blended learning ya, di situ tentang online. Bagaimana caranya tindak lanjut dalam evaluasi keberhasilan dari pembelajaran jarak jauh tersebut? Caranya bagaimana dan prosesnya seperti apa? Seperti itu, terima kasih.
Thank you, Miss. Ini langsung? Boleh? Langsung? Baik. Jadi sebelum kita mempersiapkan acara pendidikan dan pelatihan itu, kita terlebih dahulu memastikan materinya sesuai atau sejalan dulu. Nah, setelah sesuai dan sejalan itu masing-masing materi, tiap-tiap materi itu punya evaluasi. Evaluasinya itu ada yang dalam bentuk butir soal dan ada juga yang dalam bentuk pelatihannya ya, prakteknya. Nah, untuk yang prakteknya kita memang melakukan penilaian secara langsung dan juga pendampingan selama pelatihan. Sedangkan yang untuk butir-butir soalnya itu kita melakukan validasi dulu kepada validator, eksperimen judgment, kita melakukan expert judgment dulu, kemudian setelah expert judgment kita lakukan trial and error kepada beberapa students terkait dengan butir soal tersebut. Setelah itu baru kita lakukan pre-test dan post-test sebelum dilakukan treatment. Nah itu yang nanti kita lakukan perhitungan melalui SPSS tadi. Dan didapatkanlah tadi yang paired sample test tadi, uji t-test. Terima kasih.
All right. Okay, and we have time for one more question.
Very interesting ya, sangat menarik. Ibu Mahfirah, Ibu kan di sini menjelaskan mengenai proses pembelajaran blended ya Bu ya, dengan menggunakan teknologi. Sekarang begini Ibu, ketika Ibu menggunakan blended learning ini, tentunya Ibu kan melakukan evaluasi ya Bu ya, keberhasilan. Nah, tingkat keberhasilan itu tentunya kan lebih tinggi, lebih baik ketika Ibu melakukan proses pembelajaran secara manual ya Bu ya. Nah, apa itu Ibu membuat prosentase berapa tingkat keberhasilan tersebut dibandingkan berapa prosentase ketika tingkat keberhasilan ketika Ibu melakukan proses pembelajaran secara manual ya Bu ya. Jadi perbandingan untuk melihat improvementnya tadi, kenaikannya. Kemudian untuk menjaga tingkat kenaikan yang sudah cukup baik itu tadi, atau mungkin untuk lebih meningkatkan lagi, apa yang akan Ibu lakukan untuk itu. Kemudian juga terkait dengan teknologi ya Bu ya, ini kan berbasis teknologi, tentu ada banyak tantangan-tantangan ya Bu ya, di luar IAIN Kudus ya Bu ya, seperti misalnya fasilitas telekomunikasi internet yang diberikan oleh pemerintah begitu. Apakah Ibu mengalami kendala juga dan bagaimana Ibu menghadapi kendala ini? Terima kasih Ibu. Ya.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu. Luar biasa. Terima kasih atas pertanyaannya Bu. Untuk perbandingan manual dengan online itu memang belum kita lakukan Bu. Karena kita masih pre-eksperimental one group test. Jadi memang nggak ada pembanding dengan kelompok yang lain. Jadi hanya yang satu kelompok ini saja yang kita ukur Bu. Dan itu memang secara random tadi yang acak sederhana Bu sampelnya. Nah terus yang kedua harapan kita ke depannya itu akan lebih banyak lagi kolaborasi dengan pihak lain terkait dengan yang tematik. Jadi memang harapan kami itu lebih terstruktur lagi kalau bisa masuk ke dalam silabus atau di dalam kurikulum begitu Bu. Karena selama ini kan jadi kendalanya karena pandemi ini biasanya mereka harus praktek di lapangan kan tidak bisa Bu. Jadi kami berusaha untuk menghadirkan expert tadi di hadapan mereka tanpa harus jauh-jauh datang ke Kudus gitu. Jadi more cheap juga gitu Bu. Jadi kayak misalnya Bu Ari dari NTB, Lombok diundang di dalam online meeting itu bisa hadir, mereka bisa mendapatkan langsung pengalaman dari ahlinya terkait dengan penanganan percepatan pemulihan rumah waktu itu yang terkait dengan gempa di Lombok. Atau misalnya dari ahli lain yang ada di BPBD DIY itu bisa juga mereka rasakan. Jadi mereka menemukan warna baru gitu Bu. Mereka menemukan warna baru daripada hanya sekedar mendengarkan saja dari dosen. Jadi mereka punya pengalaman baru gitu Bu. Itu pengakuan dari mahasiswa yang ikut di dalam acara tersebut. Itu harapan ke depannya Bu. Jadi lebih heterogen lagi narasumbernya, lebih heterogen lagi partisipannya. Karena kemarin memang kita hanya fokus ke IAIN Kudus Bu. Tapi kita juga membuka link untuk UINSA maupun Politeknik Akbara. Tapi tidak menjadi target penilaian atau tidak menjadi target utama kita Bu. Nah alhamdulillahnya kemarin yang dari UINSA ikut join, yang dari Akbara juga ikut join. Tapi tidak masuk dalam pengukuran ini. Jadi yang dalam pengukuran ini hanya fokus kepada IAIN Kudus saja Bu. Oh, kendala teknis ada Bu, untuk kendala teknis ada. Ada beberapa mahasiswa yang memang sinyalnya putus-putus. Nah bagaimana cara kita mengatasi itu? Kita upload ulang di YouTube Bu. Jadi kita punya link YouTube setelah acara tersebut selesai, kita share kepada mereka yang ikut acara tersebut yang mengikuti concern selama 3 hari, kita berikan semacam reward. Rewardnya itu berupa materi maupun berupa link YouTube. Jadi kita upload di YouTube Bu, sehingga mereka bisa terus-menerus mengulang kembali proses tersebut. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much to our presenters. How about another hand, please? And I'd like to invite our next presenter, Norma Siamsia. And then also, After Norma, if I could also have Dr. Mastalina Pane to be on standby for her session.
Yes. Yeah. Assalamualaikum. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Aloha.
Aloha.
Thank you for having me. I feel blessed and glad to be here among outstanding scientists at magnificent event and also in awesome place. Wow, what an impressive and unforgettable experience. Firstly, let me introduce myself. My name is Nurma from MPBI, or Indonesia Society for Disaster Management. Actually, I live in Bogor, West Java, near from Jakarta. I work as a local government officer in Bogor. And today, I'm going to share with all of you about human-centered design based on disaster risk reduction as capacity building method for disaster management professional workforce in Indonesia. Next slide. Okay, this is the first president of Indonesia, Bapak Sukarno. Long time ago, he once said, "Give me 10 yachts, then I will shake the world." I'm sure he didn't mean the yacht who caused the earthquake, but in the meaning of how superpower is the strength and the spirit of the yachts. And now I will tell you a good news. What is it? Next slide, please. So this pie diagram shows a demographic bonus. Demographic bonus is a phenomenon when the population of productive age is very large. Indonesia is known to be a country that now has a demographic bonus or population explosion. This is because the number of productive age population is higher than non-productive age. With this demographic bonus phenomenon, we must immediately arrange a capacity building program to increase and to develop the capacity of the workforce. Not just a common regular training, but human-centered design based on disaster risk reduction as capacity building for disaster management professional workforce in Indonesia. Next slide. As we know, human-centered design, we prioritize what the workforce need. Next slide. And in its implementation, human-centered design consists 3 phases, namely hear, create, and deliver, or learn, ideate, test, and do its examining. In here, our learn phase, maybe the next before, the slide before, the slide, yes, this, in here, our learn phase, we use qualitative research. In the qualitative research phase, designer use ethnographic techniques such as qualitative interviewing and observation. They not only interview the potential users, but also may talk to others, such as program administrators and frontline staff involved in delivering a program. In create or ideate phase, we use quantitative research by doing survey questionnaire. The meaning of these 3 phases is how we are able to hear the desire or needs of the workforce, create them, and distribute ideas or innovation solutions to the workforce. Next slide. Then we can combine with 10 approach. This is 10 modules of the RM, disaster risk management. Next slide. This is a 10 approach from Adolescent Kit UNICEF. Next slide. And then 10 competencies from Adolescent Kit UNICEF. Next slide. And this is the framework. We provide facilitation as input by giving 10 modules of disaster risk management. Then we organize capacity building as a process and output, where the implementation of the capacity building consists of disaster risk reduction based human-centered design, 10 approaches and 10 competencies from Adolescent Kit UNICEF. And here we can see there is a red star in the middle. That's what we mean by an outstanding capacity building. And the outcome is disaster risk management workforce will be agent of change, resilient human resources, and the RR-oriented, and future leader. As my closing, I want to say that an investment in workforce today in form of a capacity building is also a preparedness for the aging population explosion in the next 30 years. With a strong workforce whose disaster risk reduction oriented, they will become agents of change and even become resilient future leaders who will prioritize disaster risk reduction in sustainable development. Okay, next slide. This is just want to share my big dream. Maybe one day Miss Ginger will invite me. Yes. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you for your attention. Mahalo, matur suksma.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. I have to say that the images, Mocha means mountain, Makai means ocean side. That's how, as Pacific Islanders, look at the resources that we have. From the mountains to the sea, we use it all. That's our culture. So thank you for recognizing that.
Thank you.
I'd like to open it up for any questions from the audience for Numa. Okay, so I think, and I wanted to thank you so much for your presentation. So in the interest of time, can I invite Dr. Magdalena if you're here? Okay, while we work on some technical difficulties, I'd like to ask our first virtual presenter, George, if you are ready to go. If you can unmute your microphone and go ahead and try and test. George Surya, Kenjana, do you hear us? We have several online presenters, and this is our first, Mr. George Kenjana. Okay, if George is not ready, we can come back to George. But can I invite Andrio, one of our online presenters, if you are ready to go? Okay. Okay, can I give the opportunity to Prayoga? If you are on, I see you online. If I could open up the floor to you to go ahead and do your presentation. Can I have an acknowledgement from Bayu Rizky Prayoga? You can unmute yourself.
Yes. I'm here.
Okay, are you ready to present?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, wonderful. So I will go ahead and open up the floor to you and for the opportunity, and we can present, share screen from our side.
Okay. Can I get assisted by presentation run by the committee?
Yes.
Okay. I still cannot see my presentation.
Okay, give us 1 second. All right, are you able to see your slides?
Not yet.
Okay, we are seeing your slides on our side, and we are sharing the screen now, and you should be able to see
Okay.
them.
Yes, thank you. I would like to introduce my name is Bayu. I work in National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, Indonesia. So in this opportunity, I would like to give a presentation about the evaluation of the application of weather modification technology for forest fire mitigation in Indonesia. I think we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so forest fire in Indonesia has become an annual event, sadly, especially in the dry period, and often hit regions with extensive peatland cover such as in Sumatra and Kalimantan Island. That forest fire led to significant reduction of peat area, and furthermore, it can cause carbon loss, transport release pollution, and degraded land. So the government of Indonesia every year execute the weather modification technology to increase rain, to prevent and to suppressing the fire hotspot from forest fire. The paradigm of the weather modification technology for forest fire in Indonesia is to maintain the witness of peat area. So to minimize the potential of fire spread. In this presentation, I will give us the evaluation from the application of weather modification technology in Indonesia, which we conducted in 2020 in Sumatra. Okay, next slide please. So the evaluation of modern modification technology in Indonesia in this presentation will be explained in the 3 points of evaluation. The first is rain enhancement using satellite and radar data of rainfall, and the next is hotspot reduction using the satellite monitoring hotspot reduction, and the last is by evaluating the peat and the fluctuation of the peat groundwater level. So in 2020 we adopted weather modification technology in Riau, Jambi, and South Sumatra province, as can be seen in that map. Okay, I think next please. So our finding, the first is for the rain enhancement in 3 regions in the 3 provinces we conduct weather modification technology. We can compare the rainfall the rainfall resulted from the weather modification technology compared to the rainfall prediction and the historical data in Riau, South Sumatra, and Jambi. It varied, and I think it's about 12. The rainfall from weather modification technology can increase almost 12 until 30% from the prediction and the historical data of rain in Riau, South Sumatra, and Jambi. We can go next. Yes, and the next is for evaluating the weather modification technology in Indonesia. We can evaluate it. We can evaluate the hotspot experiences. As you can see, as you can see in the map, during the implementation of weather modification technology in those three provinces, the number of hotspot occurrences is it's almost minimum, and even in the in the peak of dry period such as in July, August, the minimum hotspot occurrences can be shown in that graph. Yes. Okay. Next. And the last evaluation is we can monitoring the fluctuation of heat groundwater level during the weather modification technology implementation in Sumatra. We also managed to monitoring the peat and groundwater level, so we can see the trend of the increasing peat groundwater level caused by the rain resulted from weather modification technology. I think it indicates that the modification technology can be used to maintain the peat groundwater level, so it will prevent the potential of fire spread that can burn the larger area. Next. The way forward, we are working in artificial intelligence for forest fire mitigation, so we can predict the peat groundwater level. By predicting the peat groundwater level, we can suggest the correct timing for executing the modification technology. Next. And by using artificial intelligence for forest mitigation, we also try to predict the potential of hotspot occurrences. Although it's still not accurate, it's not too accurate, but we're still working on it. But I think we go in the correct direction for predicting the hotspot occurrences. Okay, last slide, I think. Yeah. Is what we can conclude from the implementation of weather modification technology in Indonesia is the implementation of weather modification can increase the rainfall varying 12 until 30%, decreasing hotspot and maintaining the level of groundwater in peat area. So you can reducing the potential of peat smoldering or fire combustion in below surface. The second is there is needs of comprehensive forest fire disaster mitigation ecosystem, so that the success of forest fire management as carried out through weather modification technology can be appropriately evaluated. And the last remark is the implementation of weather modification technology as an anticipatory action for forest and fire need to be well planned using the Innovation Act and further technology. I think that's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bayu, for that wonderful presentation and a depiction of how science can inform policies and decisions, and the use of those models. It's fascinating. As part of land use planning is really informed by your study. I'd like to open up to our audience for any questions for Prayoga. Okay, so I don't have any questions in the room, but I do want to see if there are any questions online for our presenters. If there are none in the chat. For Prayoga, I do have more of a comment, but feel free to add on to it. I want to pursue the land use planning aspect of your presentation and the use of those models for forest, right? For tracking the weather modification technology and forest fire suppressions, as what you've been talking about. what other ways can you see this methodology be used in general in the field of planning, like land use planning? Do you have any insights on that?
Yeah. And according to land use planning, I think by using the many method such as artificial intelligence to detect the vulnerability of hotspot area and hotspot occurrences, it should be able to make a positive impact for government, especially to make a policy about land use policy. So, for example, in the vulnerable area for forest fire disaster, I think it should be followed by the correct governance of the irrigation or canal system planning. So, as we know in peatland area, the correct canal system and the irrigation system is play a vital role for mitigation forest fire. Not to mention like agriculture, yes. So I think it should be able to make a positive impact to the policy decision making.
Thank you very much for that. How about a hand, please, for presenter Prayoga? Thank you very much. So I'd like to turn it back into the room. For our next presenter is Andrio Riboro, with 20 years of experience in environmental education, curriculum design, also covering disaster issues, and a focus on early education and community collaboration as a key for development. Okay.
I think I'm better in the floor, so I can get connected better. So good evening, everybody. So hopefully you still wake up. So this is my presentation. Okay, in this room, we have the same vision that we need to achieve the workforce development. But if we have a vision to achieve the workforce development, the question is, what is the important factor? In achieving the workforce development, of course, we need to think about one word: education. Education at the schools. And if you have a vision to increase the workforce development, so we can have the people that ready for the disaster mitigation, we need to think about the education. We need to think about the school. We need to think about what are the quantity and the quality of disaster management in the schools. So the important thing is, if you want to have a success in workforce development disaster, we need to think about the early education at the high school. So that is my topic. Next. Please, next slide. I think this is already figured out about the importance of the early education. So if you only focus on the higher education, we're going to have not a maximum optimum result. But we need to go back to the lower level, to the high school level. Next. My paper is use the methodology like an interview and also the literature review. So it's like a standard scientific method. Next. So Ginger, so this is the situation in Indonesia. So if you want to have a career in the disaster agency, this is what you should do. You can go from the high school and vocational school or college. The difference is what type of the position that you can get. So the question is, are the education system in Indonesia are ready to produce a skillful person that can fill this position? So if we don't have the school, we don't have the curriculum, so maybe we don't have the people with a good theoretical background that ready for the disaster mitigation. Next. So this is what the demand the market want. What the disaster agency needs, this is the competency that they want. The problem is, today the disaster agency require a person with the background in the disaster management, undergrad in disaster management. Besides other positions we do have, the university degree have this position, but only disaster management that university don't have. There is no undergrad in disaster management right now, but the market, the disaster agency need that, but we don't have it. That's the challenge number one. Second, next slide please. This is another inconvenient truth. You can see that this is the region that have impact by the disaster, but at the same time they don't have schools. You can see that is an imbalance. In Merapi, the high school only available for 6% in comparison to the school available at the province level. So we don't have much more school. But in disaster management, school educated people is the key for everything. If you want to have people, you have to generation ready for the disaster, you need to have like educated people, literacy education at early stage education. But you can see from the figure, we don't have enough schools. Next. About the curriculum, so if you think about the schools, what the entry point to teach the people about education, what the curriculum? In the high school, this is the course that they teach, and based on the result, the geography is the most potential. If you want to teach about disaster, you can start use the geography as the entry point. Next. And this is another inconvenient truth. I have a competition with the 4 countries. A country that we have disaster. Can you imagine? Singapore. Singapore doesn't have any disaster. 0. But they already have undergrad degree in disaster. Philippines, Tacloban, Haiyan, they have a 3 master. But in Indonesia, the country that larger than other country, the country that have more disaster, how many schools we have in disaster management? Only 4. 5 larger island with the risk of disaster about high 40%, we only have 4 schools of disaster. So can you see the situation in here that we have a shortage of in education of disaster. Next. And this is so I'm talking about what happened in the education disaster in the high school, in the undergrad, and also in service training. I have a survey with the disaster agency. Already our disaster agency already teach everything, but they have a limited shortage in this about rehabilitation, reconstruction, and recovery. So if you want to prepare the workforce development, if you want to increase the capacity, the quality of the workforce in Indonesia, you should focus on the rehabilitation, reconstruction, and recovery. Because we don't have this material in here. So this is the good entry point. Next. So we cannot do this alone. We need people help. We need the collaboration with the community. I have one interesting example. Do you know the snake? Yeah? Ginger, this is a story that in Indonesia, one competency that firefighter should have is what? They have to able to catch a snake. And the formal institution, they don't have. Do the BNPB teach how to catch snake? No. But now, beside the disaster, the snake occurrence is become the problem in Indonesia. You know, people already die because of snake. But who will teach the BNPB or the disaster agency to catch the snake? That's why we need to collaborate with the people. So this is the example that how the community organization, they collaborate with the firefighter, and they teach, they give a training, formally certified, how to catch the snake. The other things on the right side is the collaboration with the university. I am from University of Indonesia, and in University of Indonesia already have what we call the EduRIS. EduRIS is a platform that can teach about many things, also include the snake. But the point from this side is, if you need to think about workforce development, besides the formal education, we need to think about the informal education. It means that we need to collaborate with the community because they have a source, they have the skills, and because they're living with that situation. And also we need to collaborate with the academic because the academic also have the facility and the human resource. Next. So where are we going from here, the way forward? At the high school and the secondary school, we need to, the state has to represent, negara harus hadir. First, we need to invest more build more school in disaster-prone areas. And then not only giving a training to the student, but also we need to think about the training for the trainers. So we need to prepare the teachers so they are ready. That is for the high school level. Next, for the high degree level, of course, Indonesia, with one disaster happen every hour, but we don't have schools, we don't have a degree. So we need to think about to develop an undergrad degree in the disaster. We don't have it. Singapore have it. We don't have it. I know that building a one undergrad degree is not an easy task. That's why we need to collaborate, Ginjal. We need to collaborate. Like last year, we did a joint course. We need to build a consortium. Consortium for Udayana from the UI, from the Hawaii. We can develop a joint course, undergrad degree in disaster immediately. Because this is what the people want. This is what we require. Next. At the in-service level, this is the common problem in Indonesia. People doing what the people doing is not relevant with their skills. Sometimes people get training, get better training, get certificate. They are moved to the other department. Can you imagine that people reach with the skills? They have to do administration. We have the problem with the talent management. So if you want to prepare the workforce development, you need to think about your employee talent. So we need to employ the talent management in the workforce development so right people do the right jobs. This is what happens right now. This is why we have a problem in disaster management, because the people that doing the job, they don't have the education. They don't have the technical background. In converse, people that have the skill, that have the education, they are transferred to do other jobs. So this is also a problem in workforce development. So I think that's all the situation in Indonesia. Thank you, Ginger.
Thank you very much. How about a hand, please, for our presenter? And I will open it up for questions from the audience. Any questions or comments? I think you covered a lot of ground. And I think it's a challenge, right? It is a challenge everywhere. The workforce, the lack of workforce for that matter. And then it's the same in the Pacific, same in Hawaii. But I do invite our continuous collaboration through these courses. And then we can piece things together to then try and meet your needs as well as mine in Hawaii and as well as in the smaller Pacific Islands that we do. We call them feeder schools, right? So it's the community colleges who only have 2-year degrees, not 4-year degrees, but 2 years. And then eventually they come to the University of Hawaii, then they can get their degree program. So I think, like I said, I invite our continuous collaboration to develop those courses. And even at your lower level, I'm really interested in your curriculum. So I think
High school curriculum.
Yes, absolutely, because we want to capture those students as they are younger in the field. So do you find that works for your population?
Regarding that disaster management, we found that if you're talking about the curriculum, if you want to put a new thing in the curriculum, first you need to which course that can match with the curriculum, right? And in disaster management, like in COVID, if you want to integrate the curriculum with the COVID issue, because we are talking about the bureaucracy, right? If you want to put the curriculum, there's a education, academic bureaucracy. So, but the curriculum, whether the disaster should be a standalone course or the separate course, like the COVID, we need to where the course will match. If you're talking about the COVID, the match is the science, right? But we found that for the disaster, the teacher said the geography. That will be matched. But the problem is, before we train the student, we need to train the teacher first. That's why we need to think about the training for the trainer first. We need to know about the curriculum, makes everything. But because what happened today, the people mind about the disaster education is somebody from the disaster agency coming with a nice uniform and then they teach about how to run, how to evacuate. That is not bloody disaster management. I sound like in English, right? That's what they call it disaster management. It's not like that. Disaster management, you need to create everything, not just putting like that. And it's not like an incidental cause. Everything is just like a business as usual. Hello, like it's business as usual, disaster management. How you can make a generation like that, you know? That's totally wrong. So this is where happened. Welcome in Indonesia. Hopefully you enjoy.
Definitely. So you can hear the passion in his voice when it comes to education and training of young people. I do have a question in the back, and it's Ms. Nicole.
I'm Nicole with AECOM, and I find your presentation so timely and so important. And as someone who spends my career focused on post-catastrophe reconstruction, I want to thank you for putting it at the center of the discussion and the focus for workforce development. Because in the rest of the world, so much attention is given to the incident management and the immediate life-saving. There is very little capacity professionally built into the planning for long-term recovery, for resilient recovery, for climate adaptive recovery that considers equity, that considers culture bearing, that considers all of the contributions that make multi-generational reconstruction a place of great value to the community. So you are the first professional I have ever seen focus on that when they talk about the need for higher education, and thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much, Andrew, for that wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite our next presenter is Mr. Kencana George, who's joining us virtually. He is currently acting as the head alumnus Bali chapter from 2001 until now. He is also working as vice principal.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. Okay. I will share my PPT. Okay. Oh. Okay. All right. So, okay. Good afternoon to all of you. Sorry, I cannot make it to the Udayana University today because I have quite a workload today. Although I love to come to the site to deliver my today presentation. Yeah. So, all right. So without further ado, I would like to thank for Ms. here to moderate these sessions. Okay. Before I start my presentations, yeah, I just want to introduce this alumnus. Alumnus is basically associations of Indonesian students who studied in the US and has come back to Indonesia to live and work in Indonesia. And we decided to form this alumnus as a part of contributions to the country of Indonesia in terms of education, social, and cultures. And so we, an alumnus is officially located in Jakarta, but recently we decided to launch the first chapters of alumnus outside of Java, Jakarta, in Bali. So Bali is the first chapters of alumnus in Indonesia. Okay. So that's a bit of background of alumnus. And next, please. Okay. So before we move,
So the title of today, please, please. Okay. So the topic is e-learning accessibility in state-owned schools in the West Bali. Just a background. This um, research was conducted back in 2019. Yeah. When I first came back, first came to Bali, and this is purely based on my personal experience. So this one, I was one who did this project of research in Bali. Next, please. Okay, the agenda is this agenda is I will introduce this work that I did. The second one is I just touch about what is the problem of e-learning, the methods, yeah, that I use, finding and discussions, and last is the conclusions. Okay, next please. Okay. Before I move into introductions, I just want to touch a bit about the abstract of this project. So, these studies aim at investigating the implementation of e-learning in one of the government's non-secondary schools in Jembrana. Jembrana is the West Bali. This study was the result of the real implementations of e-learning in Bali, with the government expected e-learning to be applicable in every school in Bali since the launching of Balinese versions of learning in 2017. Okay, so that is a bit of background, yeah, and what is aim to do. So introduction is, again, because this is the topic of education, yeah, and education in Indonesia as part of the world is derived by globalization. So here I put a bit of introduction in the background, yeah. Yeah, so in Indonesia, the educational aspects has been going through some reform, yeah, some modified in terms of educational paradigm, yeah, from the non-conventional, yeah, traditional way towards modern education, which I will explain it in later. Modern means like, using technology, yeah. And next, please. Okay. Four things that have been noted, yeah, about the paradigm in Indonesia for education. First is the complete human education, yeah. That means we want to create a persons or individuals who is independent persons, yeah, ready to contribute to this country to create a better life, yeah, not just like separate education, but it's holistic, yeah. So we want to create that for to the students that we teach. Second is a lifelong learning centered on the students. So that means the teaching education is not only for the teachers, but it's more to the students' benefits. Third is education for all. Yeah, that means we want to emphasize that every students, every human being in Indonesia, they have the right, process by all nations, so that have to find education. And the last one is education for sustainable development. Yeah, the education must needs of the present generation and prepare for the generations in line with the dynamic and sustainable changing time. So education that we teach or we deliver to the students is must in line, yeah, with the dynamics and sustainable changing times in the world. Yeah, so have to be really up to date. Yeah, up to date. Next, please. Okay. In line with that, then that paradigm, yeah, is based on the BSNP, yeah, which is the Badan Standards National Program, yeah, which was launched in 2010. That paradigm is in line with the paradigm from the Cisco, which is launched in 2008. that there is significant difference between basic knowledge and knowledge applied in that current area. So can you move forward, please? Next, please. Okay, this is examples of the primary education, that is being taught in Indonesia. So here you can see there's a big gap, between what is knowledge taught and what is knowledge and skills that needed in the real world. So this is the examples. So basically, if you can see here is in the left side, you basically teach or taught students about knowledge. The content. Where if you see at the right side, it's more like the context. How do you apply it, or the skills that you can use to apply the knowledge on the left into the real world, into the real world. So more applications, here you have critical thinking, problem solving, communications, diversity, and so forth. So that's basically, I just want to illustrate this, the big differences between what is being taught and what is being needed or being requested in the real world. Please move back, please. No. Please move back. Move back, please. So as a result, you can see from the slide just now that you can assume there's a little relationship between what is learned and what is applied in society. Hence, so human resources created basically do not master what happens in the real world. So there's a big gap there. There's a big gap between what is being taught and what is being needed, or what is being urgent, it really needs in the real world. Next, please. Okay. Next, please. Next. Okay, this is the directions, to overcome this and so forth. And so because the big difference, so the governments think about decides to design the curriculum, which is 2013. The curriculum has begun to develop learning media in the e-learning. So this is where it comes from. Next, please. So the e-learning process problems in Indonesia, still in the development stage. So very early stage. Two things this is human resources and infrastructures. Next, please. So the purpose of the study is to implement, to investigate how the learning process is implemented in the school in the west of Bali, especially for the school which is not considered as favored by society, which is which is state owned, So that's how the favorite term came from, Next, please. Okay, the method is I use the qualitative study methods, why is that? Because of the heuristic approach involves discovery. This also use observation data or primary data. Besides, we also use analysis interview. And for the sampling, I use slower sampling. And for the analysis, I use the Miles and human data analysis theory. Next, please. And so this is how the data analysis from by Miles and human is conducted. Next, please. Okay. Okay. I skip this. Next, please. So the finding and discussions. Based on the result of observations, it can be seen that learning was not well implemented. This can be seen on. First problem is the school's facilities. The Wi-Fi was really low and cannot be accessed by people in the schools. Second problem is the teacher's capability. Teacher's capability to use learning in the school is very low. They are convenience to use the traditional method of teaching, using the worksheets and more traditional way. Next, please. So how to overcome? Well, these conclusions. First is collaborate with each school committee, to plan the budget for the province to be given. Second is to make a good relationship with alumni, so the successful alumni are expected to be able to assist their school. The third one is training for educators. It's very necessary. Next, please. So conclusions. I think conclusion is the problem of learning occurred to the non-secondary schools are the problems due to limited facility and the teachers' incapability of using e-learning. To solve this, I think three things: work as a team with the community of the school, which is more like parents, yeah, like parents. Create a good relationship with the students who are already graduate, yeah. And last one is teachers training and working of learning. That's all. Thank you so much. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. 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 Hmm. 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 Okay. All right. Okay. Should I answer it? Did you? Okay. Thank you, Bu. Honestly, was a very good question. Yeah. I just can answer from my perspective, from my experience. Yes, as I agree with you, e-learning is very very new or still in the very early stage of development in Indonesia. So e-learning and lifelong learning. Okay, lifelong learning here means that you don't stop learning when you finish school. Yeah, so that is the definition. And the e-learning, that means the learnings not only take place in one place, but it can take place anywhere, yeah, from anywhere you are. So if you connect these two, learning, e-learning and lifelong learning, well, my experience is I think we have to build, first we have to build awareness of students for lifelong learning. That means, especially in Indonesia, one of the problem here is that we don't like to read. So we have to build like reading cultures. Yeah, we have to build that first. Because reading is not only happens when you learn, but when you stop learning in school, then you need to continue reading. Yeah, and so that's one of the problems here in Indonesia is that the teacher level or the teachers index in Indonesia is very low. Now, so if you connect to the e-learning, so it's the same. E-learning is basically you don't learn physically in school, but you learn everywhere. Yeah, let's say in restaurant or at home. Again, that part is also need motivations to do it. Yeah. So so if you connect this between these two, then my suggestion is I think we start to build the lifelong learning first before we can even have e-learning to be successful. Yeah, because those two are somewhat inter interrelated. Yeah, interrelated. So you're gonna have e-learning before you have lifelong learning cultures. Is that answer your question, Bu? Sorry if it's too. Yeah. 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 Thank you. Thank you, Ginger.
Okay, thank you very much. So, can see my presentation? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. So, I'd like to start my presentation. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Masahiko Nagai from Yamaguchi University, Japan. Today, I'd like to introduce our parallel research activities and disaster resilience, satellite remote sensing and emergency observation. And today's my topic is introduction of one-stop system for utilizing satellite remote sensing. Actually, this activity is under SIP program. SIP is a kind of a cross-ministerial strategic innovation promotion program by Japanese government. And we are enhanced to the national disaster resilience and again resilience. Okay. And the purpose is to minimize disaster-related damages throughout the countries. We have developed a mechanism to share the disaster-related information and build support system using satellite remote sensing technology and AI. And also, we implement in social activities. Then, in the case of the disaster, we would like to provide satellite remote sensing data and product as soon as possible. Actually, this is data flow you can on the top. And there's the data flow is start from request, tasking, observation, data link, and collection and detection and share the product. Before this program, data flow start from right after the disasters. But current system, strategically, we requested a new observation and after the disasters, and utilize satellite data for initial response. We are going to provide satellite data product within 2 hours. And we call this system one-stop system. One-stop system is immediate sharing system for satellite remote sensing data. So user can grasp where danger is, and also user can know where and when satellite will be observed. And also we provide the request information for satellite observation, and user refer satellite-based information product. This is the part of the DX for satellite use in disasters. And this is one of the function. One-stop system, step 1, is constellation of satellite observation strategy using predicted data. So, based on the predicted data and disaster information, satellite observable area at the time of higher probability of disaster shown. So we use predicted data and disaster information, and we predicted satellite observable areas. And real-time meteorological information and river information and some other disaster information can be referred to. Then user can refer satellite observable area. For this one is we used AOS2, Sentinel-1, and Sentinel-2, and also GLUES, SRIX, and another satellite, and synchronized with other predicted time and observed satellite data time, like this. So it means we can use the satellite observation planning depend on the prediction of the disasters. And this is also, we'd like to show the observable areas of AOS2. About 1,000 kilometers to the left to right of the satellite orbit can be covered. So we can predict it and where we should take by satellite observation. And this is also one-stop system 2 function is requested emergency observation. After the area of the selection, we request to the space agency where should be observed. And this is a step 3 of the one-stop system. And this is a visualization of the result of the data analysis. Satellite image and analyzed data come into the automatically and can be recorded and shared with users, like this. Then, this is a part of the prototype system for Indonesia, and we developed the demo system for Indonesia. Okay. And this is a rainfall data. We collected the rainfall data like this, and also aspect data from USGS. And also we collected volcano data. And all data put in the one system, one-stop system. And also, depending on those systems, we can estimate or predicted predicted the observation observable area by the satellite. So this is a kind of the ELOX2 and Sentinel-1 and 2 and also BLUES and STRIX Alpha. This is a Japanese commercial satellite, and where we can observe and when. Those kind of information provided to the users. Like this. And those kind of information related to the disaster location. So once disaster occur, then we can provide which satellite data can be used. And this is a result, this is an example of the Parascape. And this one is analyzed and provided the analyzed data as soon as possible because we predicted the most suitable and most quickness satellite data and analyze and provide the product as soon as possible. Like this. This is the coverage of the satellite. So this is we created one-stop system. Today, so I introduced one-stop system prototype. We developed those kind of systems that I introduced today. And throughout the national disaster in 2020 and 2021, we already implemented in Japan and the Japanese disaster. And demo system also introduced today. And I just creating just demo for Indonesia. And if you are interested, please let me know. I would like to discuss in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Ginger. I have a question.
Thank you.
Okay, Nagaya-san, thank you for your wonderful presentation. Just want to ask you, what are the advantages and disadvantages of using this one-stop system? Can you share with us? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One of the advantages we like to provide us like a product, analyzed product, right after the disaster as soon as possible. Our target is current target is 2 hours. Once disaster happened, and we would like to provide satellite data within 2 hours. That is the target. But of course, earthquake is quite difficult because earthquake suddenly happened. But in case of the fact, we can estimate or predict the route of the, for example, cyclone or typhoon or heavy rain. We can predict it. Then we can observe by satellite in advance. Then once disaster occurs, quickly provide a flight map. Those kinds of things. So it means we like to predict the disasters and observe and provide the product within 2 hours. That is a kind of our a motivation and advantages. Thank you.
And how about the disadvantages of the system? Disadvantages.
Oh, of course, this is based on the prediction. So it means maybe like a flood, or maybe some like volcanic activities, or maybe those kind of activity. Of course, we can like making observation in advance or real time prepare. But like earthquake is suddenly happen. So those kind of like earthquake is things is like our like starting the activities after the disaster. So in that case, within 2 hours is quite difficult. But we already implemented in Japan in case of the typhoon. So we know the route of the typhoon, and also we know the like landscape or also hazard maps. So it means we can predict the possible disasters and predict it, and we can provide the quickness response.
All right. Can I have one more question, please? Okay. These one-stop systems, can be applied to anywhere? I mean,
Yes.
like any country other than Japan?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much. Actually, yes, Yamaguchi University, we are very close collaboration with Udayana universities, and also we have a very close collaboration with University of Hawaii, especially Professor Kao Kim. So I'm sorry, actually I would like to join in person, but I'm sorry by online, but we continue to collaborate both universities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. How about a hand for our presenter from Yamaguchi University? And our presenter from Ceballos, Maret University, Sorja Gorsuma, are you joining us online right now? If you are, I invite you for your presentation. You can unmute your microphone and we can test your audio for the time being. Okay. Georgia? No? Okay, I think she might have dropped from our connection. I wanted to check in the room if Dr. Mastalina is in the room one last time. Okay. All right, so it looks like that was our final presentation. So thank you all for hanging in there. We went through a series of about 7 presentations today. And so I appreciate all of our presenters. How about a hand for all of our presenters today who did a fantastic job. We heard about retaining local knowledge and transferring it to future generations. We heard about the modalities of delivery, how to capture people's interest. Students, young people, this generational gap we're trying to fill in the areas of disaster management. We heard that the simplicity is the best way. The technology is there, but we keep it simple. that's the best way for us to transfer this knowledge. We also heard from our presenters about how their projects have been able to inform decisions and governance structures through land use planning. We also heard about the integration of curriculum, not just for the receivers of the education, the students, but also for the instructors and the teachers. And we also heard about the readiness. How ready are we? So from the people infrastructure to the physical infrastructure to technology infrastructure. So we've heard a lot of these key themes from our presenters, and also the mobility of our people. We have to cater to that. Not just for disasters, but for our daily lives and our operations, how we move about in our society. So, and then overarching with all of that is networking and collaboration. It comes down to relational things, how I relate to people, how I relate to you, how I relate to you, how countries relate to each other, and how communities and villages relate to one another. So with that, I officially bring this session to a close, and once again, thank our presenters. Bravo, mahalo, and pat yourself in the back. Thank you all as an audience. You've been fantastic, you've been great. A lot of absorption on our side, and hopefully as well as your side. So it's about giving and about receiving as well. So thank you very much, mahalo, and have a great evening.
island of 1,000 temples and blessed by beautiful nature and culture. Bali always has a way to stand strong on its own with compassion and tolerance, without forgetting the character and culture of their people. The local wisdom is resembled in the vision of Udayana University as the oldest university in the island of the gods. Udayana University was established on September 29, 1958, and firstly initiated from the Faculty of Literature, which was originally a branch of Airlangga University. This faculty was inaugurated by Sukarno and officially established as Udayana University on August 17, 1962. Since its establishment, Udayana University has been committed to produce graduates in accordance with the vision of the university: excellence, self-reliance, and culture. Excellence means competitive, innovative, and able to compete in specific fields in local, national, and international levels. Self-reliance means having the ability of leadership and entrepreneurship to manage resources in producing innovations that benefit the development of science and community services. Cultured means maintaining the academic life in the university based on the noble values of the state philosophy, Pancasila, and local wisdom by promoting honesty and harmony between thoughts, words, and good deeds. Trikaya Parisura.
Oh iya, terima kasih sebelumnya. Jadi kesan saya selama kuliah di Universitas Udayana ini tentu sangat banyak ya. Saya tuh menyangka kuliah di sini secara Universitas Udayana, siapa sih yang tahu Universitas Udayana ini. Jadi buat diri sendiri otomatis bangga, sama keluarga pasti bangga. Jadi saya tentu menyenangkan banyak pengalaman yang didapat setelah berkuliah selama 4 tahun ini tentunya. Terus pesannya mungkin buat teman-teman atau adik-adik yang baru mau melanjutkan, mari bergabung sama Universitas Udayana karena di sini banyak pengalaman, banyak ilmu, banyak hal yang bisa kita dapatkan, nggak kalah dengan universitas yang lainnya gitu.
Udayana University has 13 faculties and postgraduate programs consisting of various cross-scientific disciplines. These faculties are built and developed according to the needs of the community. The university has 1,644 lecturers. These qualified lecturers are supported by comprehensive facilities to meet the needs of 29,985 active students. The competence of Udayana University has been proven by the accreditation from the National University Accreditation Board. On an international level, Udayana University received 3 stars from the QS Star rating. Udayana University brings an active learning system involving the lecturer and students. In addition, Udayana University has e-learning systems which open a direct discussion room between lecturers and students to increase the effectiveness of the learning process. Udayana University also provides facilities for student activities to develop soft skills and hard skills in non-academic fields. Udayana University continues to improve its quality and strengthen itself as one of the universities in the central region of Indonesia, which has the largest number of foreign students. Recently, the number of foreign students attending regular education program at Udayana University are 226 students that spread across various faculties. 1,200 to 1,500 foreign students from various backgrounds and continents such as Asia, Australia, and Europe participate in various short course programs, exchange programs, as well as internship programs at Udayana University every year.
For giving giving us the opportunity to come and explore Indonesia, your efforts for conserving the environment, interacting with the local people, and officially for assisting us throughout this program. We really acknowledge to all of them. I really thank the Indonesian, like yes, I have these kind of program, like the World Comment. So thanks to all of them.
Udayana University are both domestic and international collaborations with various institutions. Domestic collaborations developed by Udayana University together with the central government, regional governments, state and private universities, and private sectors. Amounted to 336 cooperations until 2019. Udayana University also has 236 international collaborations with various institutions and universities abroad in Asia, America, and Europe until 2019. These collaborations have expanded the connections and established Udayana University as a reputable institution by various domestic and foreign partners. In accordance with the Sri Dharma of higher education, Udayana University also practices community service activities. The community services target various layers of society with this principle. The benefits from what is learned shall be returned to the community, especially in developing the community welfare. Udayana University is the agent of change, and we shall continue to grow and serve the communities with our knowledge and integrity. Taki taking sewaka guna mulia. People who oblige knowledge shall pursue wisdom and virtue. Change your life. Start here at Udayana University.
Hai, perkenalkan nama saya Nimade Ari Esta Dewi Prastuti dari program studi Teknik Elektro Fakultas Teknik Universitas Udayana. Saya dan tim mengembangkan aplikasi yang kami beri nama aplikasi Brimade yang mempunyai kepanjangan Bala Online untuk manajemen desa adat berbasis gamification. Latar belakang dari pengembangan produk ini adalah adanya kegiatan adat tradisi dari masyarakat Hindu di Bali yang sudah berusia ratusan tahun dalam berbagai macam bentuk kegiatan seperti ada petedunan, pepesuan, dan peturunan. beberapa macam kegiatan tersebut seperti petedunan, contohnya adanya sangkap dan ngayah, ada pepesuan, itu seperti membawa sarana upacara, peturunan itu seperti contohnya membayar iuran upacara. Secara umum kegiatan-kegiatan tersebut sudah dilakukan secara digital, ada beberapa dan banyak juga yang masih dilakukan secara manual. Yang secara manual contohnya penjadwalan, kegiatan adat, absensi, kegiatan
Rastuti for mangrove visit, for field trip visit to mangrove. Please get ready, and then the transportation is ready outside of the main entrance. Once again, for participants who are looking forward to join the field trip to mangrove for mangrove planting, please get ready, finish your snacks, coffee. Immediately. Thank you.
supporting this. I want to give you the coin from, this is from the consortium. And so I hope that we will continue to work together and yes. So we want to continue what we started today. We want to go much further. And we need to have a whole of society approach to this that includes academia and the government, and then also the NGOs, but also the private sector. And we've been very fortunate to have a strong private sector partner in the work that we do. And I want to introduce you to my good friend and colleague, Nicole Boothman-Shepherd. Boothman Shepherd with ACOM. And so ACOM was one of the strong sponsors of this event. And so, Nicole, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of your day. I apologize that I did not spend the day with you. Like Carl, I wanted to be in more places than I could. So I was at our innovation platform as part of the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction, which many of us are attending, sponsored by the UN. And I want you to know there were many academicians, NGO partners, and others in the community who wished very much to be part of this day. We met many representatives from the Philippines, from Guatemala, from Chile, from around the world who want to engage with you and partner with you on training and development and building forward transformative change for disaster risk reduction and climate adaptation with a community-centered approach. So over and over again, people wanted to be here with you. I hope that we will make those connections to continue to expand the way in which we work together so that as a global community, we address the threats that face us. Thank you. Thank you, Carl.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Hakim. Yeah. Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Jadi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Jadi, I believe the scientific forum provide input the recommendation to the policymaker on how to conduct disaster resiliency locally, nationally, and globally. In order to implement the resiliency of the individual, country, and the world. This scientific forum, as an academic forum, is aimed to share the knowledge on the disaster risk and the importance of solidarity and international collaboration in developing resiliency for all. So we can work hand in hand to recover together, grow stronger, and be more sustainable. We hope that after today's event, there will be more innovative ideas, both in the field of management and technology for disaster risk reduction. On behalf of the organizing committee, we thank all our presenters and authors for selecting the SFDRR 2022 to share the research findings. We appreciate your contribution and participation in the scientific forum. We thank all the keynote speakers, the University of Hawaii, all the team members, Badan Penanggulangan Bencana Nasional, and all organizations and individuals we hope supported this scientific forum. We hope that today's event will open up more collaboration in the future. Finally, please accept our sincere apologies if throughout this forum you have witnessed and experienced inconvenience. May God bless us all and see you again at the next scientific forum. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Inyoman Suarsana, Head of Research and Community Service, Institute of Udayana University. And by the closing remark of Professor Suarsana, we now come to the very end of our program here in the main hall of Auditorium Widya Sabha. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Madam Dewi Wirastuti is waiting for everyone to get ready to mangrove. Okay, and slightly before that, there will be handover souvenir appreciation. Okay, okay.
I want to thank so many members of this team, but especially Debbie, who worked so hard to pull everything together. And so I have for you two things. NDPTC, sure, for you. And so you, yeah, open. And
Yay!
part of the, right.
You need to get change, Ibu
And
Dewi.
I know you have a big team of people. And so I'm sorry this is not a lot, but I brought you cookies from Hawaii to share with your
Hawaiian cookies,
with your
great.
team. Yeah. Thank you.
Would you like to say something, Ibu Dewi? Just remember to share the cookies later on. All right then. So again, once again, thank you very much. Ibu Dewi will accompany every of you who would like to go for the field trip visit to mangrove. Yeah, I think we are catching sunset. So thank you very much for the kind attention. Thank you very much for participating for the offline as well the online. I think can we say thank you through the camera for the online participants. And we wish you for the success of every of your future endeavors. We also wish you a very lovely evening and enjoyable meeting for tomorrow, as well as to the mangrove and the Besakih visit on the 27th of May. On behalf of the organizing committee, kindly apologize if you find any inconveniences during this program. Thank you once again, and we close this with Parama Santi. Om Santi 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 Om. Mahola. Thank you.